Good afternoon, participants. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah, we are just waiting for Saurabh sir to join in. Soon sir joins, we will start with the session.
Sure, ma'am. No problem.
Okay. Sir will be joining shortly. I have just had a word with him. So just 2 more minutes. The PDF link is shared in the WhatsApp group as well, so you can access it from there. A very good afternoon to all the participants and welcome back to the session. Saurabh sir has already joined. Sir, you can take over the session.
Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
So should I start or wait?
So you can start.
Okay. So this is the data set now. This data set I'll share with all of you, right? And we'll begin testing a few hypotheses uh, framed on these variables which we have. So I have a few nominal variables like ID, gender, race, socioeconomic status, the kind of school the student has gone, the kind of program he is attending in the college. And then I have some numerical variables like his competency in read, write, math, science, and social science, right? And looking into these variables, this is the variable view which has been prepared, right? And on this variable view now, I'll take up a few hypotheses and tell you what kind of a test we can do to check these hypotheses. So the first is there, there is no significant difference in the reading score between male and the female students. And the alternate hypothesis is there is a significant difference in the reading competency between the male and the female students. Now, the most difficult part is to identify the test, to identify the test, to identify the test for this hypothesis, to get the correct p-value, to get the correct p-value, which needs to be which needs to be compared which needs to be compared with the significant level of my research, which needs to be compared with the significant level of my research, right? Anybody, what is the significance level? Any idea, anybody? हम अपने रिसर्च का सिग्निफिकेंट लेवल कैसे डिसाइड करते हैं? दैट इज द वैल्यू ऑफ द अल्फा. What is the significant level of your research? That is what you should report when you start doing the analysis. I have seen so many research papers where people don't tell the significant level of their research. I don't know why, right? Because unless until you tell the correct significant level, right, it will not be able to, you'll not be able to decide, right, how the p value has to be compared. So you should tell that this is the significant level of your research. It can be 5%, 4%, 3%, 2%, 1%, whatever is it, right? Every domain has its own significant level. Like I was involved in this clinical trial for the COVID vaccine, right? And there we took the significant level as 0.1%, right? Because in medical science we cannot take a significant level which is more than 0.1%. So depends upon what is the research, which domain you are doing the research. You need to decide the significance level of your research. That can vary from a researcher to a researcher, from the domain to the domain, and from the area in which you are doing the research. So you should study, find out what should be the best significant level for doing the research. As far as significant level is concerned, it is the amount of error which you couldn't digest in your research, right? So, like in medical science, we cannot expect a person to die because of this COVID vaccine. So the level of significant level was kept at 0.1% or maybe lower than that, right? But in social sciences, management, right, you and literature, you can take a significant level up to 5%. So whatever p-value which you will get from the test in SPSS, that p-value needs to be compared with the significant level of your research, and then only you can conclude whether you will accept the null hypothesis or will you accept the alternate hypothesis. So until unless in your research paper you write down that this is the significant level of my research, how will I get to know how have you interpreted the p-value which you have got from either SPSS, R, or Python? So that is what is one of the anomalies I have seen in number of research papers where people don't mention what is the significant level of their research. Now, we need to identify what kind of a test to do as far as this hypothesis is concerned, right? To do that, we need to see something in my data, right? The first is to see what is
Sheetal ma'am, please mute
this
yourself.
is the distribution of the read score. What is the distribution of the read score, right? So whether the data is normally distributed or not, right? This is one of the important concepts, right? That your variable should be normally distributed, right? Now, how can you check whether your variable is normally distributed or not? I'll tell you a few ways, right? The first is you can find out the area under the normal curve. The second way is a statistical test. I don't know how many of you know this test, a very popular test. The statistical test is known as the Shapiro Wilcoxon test. Shapiro's Wilks test. So I'll tell you how can you do this test in SPSS. And the third way is using a QQ plot, right? So you should tell whether your variable is normally distributed either of these three ways, right? So that will make your research paper look good, that you have been able to diagnose whether your variable follows a normal curve or not. So let me start first with the Shapiro's Wilks test, and let us see how can you do this test in SPSS, and then I'll tell you how to do the same test in R and Python also. So you'll get a feel of how the same thing can be done in either of the tools, how the same test can be done in either of the tools. Let me go to SPSS. This is my SPSS, right? If you have SPSS, you can do it with me, right? And you can ask the doubt. So how do I do it? And I'll tell you.
So
You go
I
to
have a concern.
yeah,
So,
ma'am.
thank you, sir. Sir, you just mentioned that you are sharing this file so that we can parallelly see.
Okay.
So, are you sharing, sir?
Oh, I'll do it right now.
Sure, sir. It will be helpful so that we can parallelly
Yeah,
see
absolutely,
we are
absolutely.
able to do or not. Okay.
So
Thank you.
I'll just share this file. I think I'll share this file with uh, Rucha, ma'am. Can I do it with you, ma'am? I have your mail ID.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir. No problem. You send it to me. I'll be
Yeah.
sending it to all the
I'll
participants.
just reply back.
Okay, sir. No problem.
The name of the file is hsb2.sav.
Okay, sir.
You can open this file directly in SPSS and you'll get the same file which I am working on.
Okay, sir. I'll forward it to all the participants.
Yeah, sure. So I've mailed this file, right? All of you who have SPSS, they can download this file. I'll wait for it for a minute so that you are able to download it and open it in SPSS so that you can do the exercise with me. The name of the file is hsb2.sav. You can open this file in any version of SPSS. So all those who already have SPSS, they can use this file. And they can work along with me, right? And then I'll share you the link to download R and Python, right? That will add quality to your research. The purpose is that you should do a good research. That is the whole objective. So I'll wait for a minute so that you can download. Once you get the mail, you download the file and just double click on the file from the downloads folder, and it will open in SPSS for all those people who have SPSS installed. And then we'll import the same file into R and Python, and we'll see how can we do the same thing in R and Python also.
Yes,
So that
participants, I have sent the mail. You can just refresh and check.
all of you please do that. Have all of you received the mail?
Yes, sir.
Good. Now you download this file hsb2.sav and open it in SPSS. The beauty is that I have this file already there. So I'll be able to import this file directly into R and Python. I don't need to recreate this data set in R and Python.
Video file and one.
The name of the file is hsb2.sav. SAV is the extension
Yes,
of the
sir.
file created in SPSS. Is the file opening in SPSS? Okay, let me continue. Right. Now you need to check the normality of the variable read. So you can do either of the three ways. I'll tell you how to do it in either of the three ways. One is area under the normal curve. The second is a statistical test. Right. And the most popular test is the Shapiro's Wilks test. And the third is the quantile plot, right? So let me do the Shapiro's test, then I'll show you the quantile plot, and then I'll tell you how can you find the area under the normal curve, right? So you go to SPSS, you go to analyze, you go to descriptive statistics, and then you select the option explore. You select the option explore. In explore, you select the variable reading score. So this is the dialog box you get. You select the variable reading score and transfer this variable on the dependent list. You transfer this variable on the dependent list. Then you go to plots and select the option normality plots with test. Normality plots with test. Then you say continue, and then you say okay. The moment you say okay, now this is the table you get, which you can copy paste it in your research paper. This is the uh, this is the standard way to do it. You don't need to recreate this table, right? The only thing is you can copy paste this table directly into SPSS, right? Now let us see what this is the output which you get. Now this is the test of normality. You just select this, say copy, you just right click the mouse and say copy, right? And you can paste it in your, see, I have copied it, and now I can paste it into my research paper. Now this is the test, this is the table which I get, right? Now in this table, I need to see this significance value for the Shapiro's Wilks test, right? This is the value which you need to see. Now, how do you interpret this value? Every test has its own null hypothesis. The null hypothesis for the Shapiro's Wilks test is that the variable is normally distributed. But my significance value is 0.006. Therefore, I'll have to reject this null hypothesis of the Shapiro's Wilks test. And my interpretation looking at the significant value is that my variable read is not normally distributed. Is not normally distributed. So this is the first piece of evidence I want as far as checking hypothesis is concerned. So you do the Shapiro's Wilks test and get this value of significance. If you compare this value of significance with the level of significance level of 5%, I come to the conclusion that my variable read is not normally distributed. The second way to do it is to see the quantile plot, right? Now this plot also you get in SPSS, right? And if you see the output window, this is the quantile plot. This is the quantile plot. I'll show you. It is SPSS is creating that plot for me, right? And that plot will also tell me that my variable read is not normally distributed, right? This is the quantile plot for the reading score, right? Now you can see these dots. If these dots are perfectly on this diagonal line, then my variable is normally distributed. So I copy paste it. That will add quality to your work, right? And I can put it into my document. Now this plot also indicates that my variable is not normally distributed. The beauty is that you will get this ready-made plot for interpretation. This is the ready-made plot for interpretation, right? So this plot also confirms, I'll just write it down for all of you. The plot also confirms that read.
Saurabh sir, I'm extremely sorry for the disturbance, but because I am not the host, I'm unable to mute the participant.
Can I make you the co-host?
Sir, that will do.
Right. Yeah, there is some background noise actually. Uh, mm, I'll make you the host, ma'am, because I don't need this permission.
Okay, sir. No issue. Sir, you can make Shiny Chip the host.
Okay.
You can see the device by name Shiny Chip. You can make that the host.
Okay. Her name is not coming, ma'am, over here. That should come in S, na?
Okay, so you can make me the host. No
I'll
issues.
do it.
I will manage, sir.
Yeah. I have done it,
Yes,
ma'am.
sir. Thank you and apologies for the disturbance, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So you can continue now.
Okay. So the plot also confirms that read is not normally distributed. So either you can do it using this QQ plot, or you can use the Shapiro's Wilks test. Either will do as far as your research paper is concerned, right? The third way is that you can find the area under the normal curve. So let me tell you how can you do this exercise, right? For this you need the value, you need the two statistical parameters. One is the mean and the other one is the standard deviation, right? So you need to have the mean and standard deviation of read. Now how do you get the mean and standard deviation for read? You go to SPSS, right? Go to analyze, go to descriptive statistics, and then select the option descriptives. You select the option descriptives. Now you take the variable read, this is your read variable, right? And then you go to options and select mean and standard deviation. You select mean and standard deviation, then say continue, and then say OK. Now this is the mean and standard deviation which you get for the reading score. You can copy paste this table into your document. Now let us use this mean and standard deviation to see whether I have the normally distributed curve or not. Now what does it says is you calculate mean plus standard deviation. So in our case, it will be roughly, I'll not take the actual values. So it will be roughly, the mean is 52. Let me take it roughly. And my standard deviation is 10. So 52 plus 10 is equal to 62. This is equal to 62, right? And then you calculate, this is 62, then you calculate mean minus SD, which is equal to 42, which is equal to 42. Now, what does the area under the curve says? That between 42 and 62, you should have 68.3% of the data. And how much data do you have? That is 200, right? So 68% of 200 is roughly 136. So what it says is, in your data set for read, 136 values 136 values of read should be between should be between should be between 136 values of read should be between how much? Between 42 and 62, right? So if you get 136 values out of 200 between 42 and 62, your data is normally distributed. Your data is normally distributed. The rule is, this is a very popular rule in statistics, which is 68, 68, 95. You can search in the net also. 99 rule of statistics. So between mean plus minus SD, you should have 68.3% of the data. Between mean plus minus 2 SD, you should have 95.5% of the data. And between mean plus minus 3 SD, you should have 99.7% of the data. If all the three criteria are satisfied, then your data is supposed to be normally distributed. So the three criteria to be satisfied with this rule, with normal. You can use either of the three ways. You can use either of the three ways. One is the 68, 95, 99 statistics, or you can use the Shapiro's Wilks test, or you can use the quantile plot to find out whether your variable read is normally distributed or not. Because unless you know whether your variable read is normal or not, you won't be able to select the test to check this hypothesis. And this is one most common mistake which you will find in most of the research papers, right? People are not able to identify the correct test to test this hypothesis. That is one common problem in most of the research papers. Now I'll take both of the cases because you can encounter both of the cases in your research work, right? The first case is case number one, that read is normally distributed. Read is, you should know both the parts of the story, right? Read is normally distributed. Read is normally distributed. In this case, the test to be done is known as independent sample t-test. It's a very, very popular test in most of the research papers, right? So the name of the test is independent sample t-test. Now let us do this test and see what results do we get from SPSS and whether my null hypothesis is accepted or my alternate hypothesis is accepted. So I go to SPSS. This is my SPSS, right? Assuming that my data and the variable view is correct, right? Otherwise, people will get different answers from the same data set. So you go to analyze, you go to compare means, and then you select the option independent sample t-test, right? I'll show you the same test. How is it implemented in R and Python, giving you the same answer, so that all of you are satisfied that you get the same answer and the selection of the tool is up exactly up to you, whichever tool you want to use. So I go to independent sample t test. I select my test variable as the reading score, and my categorical variable or the grouping variable as the gender, and then I say according to my values, one group is 0 and the other group is 1, and the other group is 1. This is the way I have coded my nominal variable. This is the way I have coded my nominal variable. Then you say continue, and then you say OK. Now once you say OK, this is the table which you get, which you can copy paste in your research paper. The value I want to interpret is this p value which I get, which is 0.477. Right, this is the p value in which your interpretation will be based. Right, so I'll just write it down for all of you. The p value from SPSS, right, when you do your research paper, you put this table. The p value from SPSS is 0.0477. Right, now this value is more than the level of significance, which is 5% or 0.05. So null hypothesis, I'll just write it once for all of you. So null hypothesis is accepted, and acceptance of the null hypothesis gives me an interpretation. Though the interpretation is, which also I'll write it once only. Interpretation is that there is no significant difference. There is no significant difference. There is no significant difference in read score between the boys and the girls. Between boys and girls. So in my college or in my university, as far as the reading competency is concerned, there is no significant difference between them, between boys and girls, assuming that my variable read is normally distributed. And how did I check for the normality? Area under the curve, or a Shapiro's Wilks test, or a quantile plot, all will say the same thing, that my variable read is not normally distributed. Now case number 2, which is the actual case for this data set, that read is not normally distributed. Read is not normally distributed. Right, now in this case, the name of the test is a non-parametric test, which is known as the Mann-Whitney U test. You just read this book, it will give you this information, that for such kind of a scenario, the name of the test is a Mann-Whitney U test. Right, see, try to read good papers, try to read good books, right, so that your concepts are not distorted. Right, and this is a good book which will help you, right, consolidate your concepts. So man
Hello.
man Whitney U test. Now let us see how can I do this test in
Can you hear me, sir? Excuse me, sir.
you go to
Excuse me.
analyze, you go to
Excuse me,
non-parametric.
sir.
Yeah,
Excuse me, sir. Can we do factor analysis with the SPSS?
you can do factor analysis with SPSS.
Sir, where is this option in the menu? In analyze menu?
You go to analyze, in dimension reduction you will find this factor.
Sir, I have one question for the factor analysis. In factor analysis means कि हम जिस चीज के लिए कोई भी प्रॉब्लम के लिए फैक्टर्स ढूंढ रहे हैं, या हम पहले फैक्टर खुद ही बना लेंगे और फिर उसकी सिग्निफिकेंट वैल्यू ढूंढे?
करते हो फैक्टर्स ढूंढने के लिए?
हाँ जी,
आप फैक्टर, यू डू द फैक्टर एनालिसिस फॉर फाइंडिंग द फैक्टर्स.
मतलब फिर उसमें जो से इंपॉर्टेंट सिग्निफिकेंट होते हैं, वी गॉट दैट फैक्टर्स.
Yeah, those factors are coming out from factor analysis on the data which you have.
Okay, and what is relation of that PCA principle कुछ ऐसा था, मतलब उसमें फैक्टर एनालिसिस में दो पार्ट्स होते थे, एक पीसीए एंड वन मोर इज दैट, हाउ दैट इज रिलेटेड विद फैक्टर एनालिसिस?
There are multiple ways to do the dimension reduction, out of which one way is principal component analysis and the other one is principal axis factoring.
Okay, okay, मतलब these are only two ways to find out the factors.
Yeah, if you
How?
do principal axis factoring, then you get factors. If you do
Okay.
principal component analysis, you get components or dimensions.
Okay, okay, okay. How we can choose from these two methods?
I'll tell you. Let me complete this, ma'am. I'll then
Okay,
tell you
okay,
something
okay,
about
okay,
factor
not a
analysis
problem.
also.
Not, means all this factor analysis also we can do on in R and Python also.
Absolutely.
Okay, 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 okay.
There is nothing which you can do in SPSS you cannot do in R and Python. But there are
Okay.
many things which you can do in R and Python which you cannot do in SPSS.
सर फिर मतलब ये क्यों, मतलब इतने सॉफ्टवेयर सीखने में थोड़ा वो होता है कि इट्स माय पर्सनल क्वेश्चन कि हमें क्यों हमें आर भी सीखना चाहिए, पाइथन भी, इज एनी बेनिफिट टू लर्न आर?
And benefit यही है कि there are many things which you want to do may not be possible in SPSS. If it is possible in SPSS, you can do it. If you have access to SPSS, you can always use SPSS.
Okay, means some things are there which can be do in R but not in SPSS.
हाँ, there are many things. ये डिपेंड करता है कि आपकी रिक्वायरमेंट है कि नहीं है. If your research work doesn't require that and it is available in SPSS, you can do it in SPSS.
Okay, otherwise I should go for R and after that Python.
Yeah, if you think आपको कुछ ऐसा करना है which is not possible in SPSS, then you can take a tool like R and Python where everything is possible because it is an open source tool.
Okay.
Right. As far as factor analysis is concerned, I'll come to that because for that I'll require a different data set. Right.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Please carry on.
Okay. Now the next counterpart of this is what we call it as the Whitney U test. Right. It is also a very popular test in many research papers because if the variable comes out to be not normally distributed, that is what is the test to be done. Now let us see how do we do this test in SPSS. Right. You go to analyze, you go to non-parametric and you select these test independent samples. In independent samples, you select the field, you select the reading score, and then you select the group as my gender. Then you go to settings and select the customized test as Whitney. Now you run the test. The moment you run the test, this is the output which you get from SPSS. Again, Whitney test will also give you output of this. I can copy paste this table. It is a well formatted table which you can directly put in your research paper and you get a p-value of this much. You get a p-value of 0.431, right? So p-value is 0.431. P-value is 0.431, right? So null hypothesis is accepted. Null hypothesis is accepted. So if your variable is normally distributed, you go in for an independent sample t-test, and if your variable is not normally distributed, you go in for a Whitney U test. A good research paper will have the correct p-value, and that correct p-value can only come out if you have selected the right test. That is the basic thing which you are looking for when you test a hypothesis. The other thing which most of the people want you is, in this independent sample t-test, I was just reviewing a research paper where the reviewer said that they also want to interpret this t-value from the independent sample t-test, right? So there are two ways to do it. Either you interpret the p-value which we have done, or you interpret the t-value which you get from SPSS, right? Both of them will get the same answers, but you should know how to I have told you how to interpret the p-value. Let me also tell you, to complete this story, how to interpret the t-value which you get from SPSS. The only thing which I can see is whether you interpret t or whether you interpret p, the answer will not change. The answer will not change. The only thing is that you should correctly know how to interpret the t and the p-value. And if the research paper or the research guideline says that you interpret the t-value, then you should know how the interpretation is based on the t-value which you get from SPSS. So the t-value which I get from SPSS, if you can see on my screen, is 0.713. So this is what we say is the calculated t-value. I'll just write it down for all of you. Now, the t calculated is 0.713. Now you need to compare this t calculated with t critical. So this has to be compared. This has to be compared with t critical. With t critical, right? Can somebody tell me how to get the t critical? Any idea?
From the T table.
Very good. Now I'll just show you this. Maybe I have it on my desktop. So there is a T table, right, which you will find in most of the books on statistics. You'll find this table right on this book by Andy Field also, right? Now from this table you can get the T critical. Let me see if I have this table. Yeah, this is the statistical tables. I have a PDF file of the different statistical tables, right? I just wanted to share how to get the T critical, how to get the T critical, right? Now you compare, I'll just show you. We need to compare this T calculated from SPSS with the T critical obtained from T table, right? Obtained from T table. Now this T table, there are multiple T tables. Which T table will you see? You will see the T table for significance level of 0.05, significance level of 0.05, and the second thing is what is known as degree of freedom and degree of freedom, right? So the degree of freedom, if you can see in SPSS, is how much? So it will tell you the degree of freedom. The degree of freedom is how much? 197. 197. So you need to see the table. This is the T table which you get. These are the statistical tables, and this is the T table which you get, right? So now in this T table, see, this is written for a significance level of how much. So you need to see the table which gives you the correct significance level, right? And then you see it for the correct degree of freedom, correct degree of freedom. In my case, the degree of freedom is how much? The degree of freedom is 197. 197, right? So I'll just write it down for, and degree of freedom is equal to 197, right? Now, if the T calculated, if T calculated, this is the rule, if T calculated is less than T critical, which you have obtained from the T table, then null hypothesis, is accepted. That is the rule, right? And if T calculated is greater than T critical, then the alternate hypothesis is accepted. You can do the interpretation based on both T and P. The only thing to remember is you do it either using T and P, you should get the same answer. And whether you will interpret T or whether you will interpret P, that depends on the guidelines issued by that journal, right? Because good journals will always give you guidelines, right? So you have to follow those guidelines and then make the interpretation, and then make the interpretation, right? So I have tried to tell you that you check the normality of the variable, and based on the normality of the variable, you will go in for a parametric test or a non-parametric test, right? And then what is the t and the p value which you get, and then how do you interpret the t and the p value? How do you interpret the t and the p value? If your reading score is normally distributed, you can go in for a parametric test like independent sample t test. And if your variable is not normally distributed, then you go in for a non-parametric test, which is known as the Whitney U test. The selection of the test and getting the p-value is critical, right, as far as accepting the null or the alternate hypothesis is concerned, right? Any question?
Sir, I have one question.
Next
Sir,
hypothesis.
could you please tell us how to read the critical value from the T table, sir?
Yeah, this is the T table, ma'am, right? In the top of every T table, this will be written the significance level, right?
Right, sir.
So you go for the significance level of 5%, right? You go to the T table for a significance level of 5%, right? So it is written two-tailed, one-tailed. So our test is two-tailed. So this is the 5% critical, right? Now for this 5%, this is the degree of freedom. In my case, the degree of freedom is 197. So you go to anything close to 200. Now this is 200, right? Now 200, this will give you the value as how much? 1.972. Can you read this value? 1.972. So T critical is 1.972, right? And your T calculated is 0.713. So this 0.713 is less than 1.972. And since the T calculated is less than T critical, which is what your null hypothesis is accepted. And this is the same answer which you get from the interpretation of the P value also. The P value was how much? The P value was 0.477. So the null hypothesis is accepted. Same thing is happening here. You are getting a T critical, which is how much? 1.972. And your T calculated is 0.713. Again, what? Null hypothesis is accepted. So what I'm trying to say is, whether you interpret the T value or the P value, you should get the same answer. And the way to read the T table is that you go to this table, right? This is the two-tailed test. 5% is the significance level, and on the row you have the degree of freedom. Now for 197, you can see the 200, and this 200 is how much? 1.972. So your T critical is 1.972, right? And you compare your T calculated, which you get from SPSS, is 0.713. This is the SPSS output. I can show you again. And this is 0.713. 0.713. Now 0.713 is less than the critical value of 1.972. That is why your null hypothesis is accepted.
Sir,
So
one
whether
question.
you interpret the T or you interpret the P, you get the same answer. Yeah.
Sir,
Right,
one
sir.
question.
Thank you so much, sir.
Sir, एक क्वेश्चन था मेरा.
Yeah, sir.
Am I audible?
Yeah, sir. Please continue.
Sir, why we are not getting the degree of freedom 197 in the table? Why we are taking 200?
Why am I getting?
Why we have taken 200 degree of freedom? I think that is 197 degree of freedom. But in the table, why it is not given that is 197 degree of freedom?
No, you cannot have that so much. You can do the interpolation, sir. जो वैल्यूज दी जाती हैं वो फिक्स डिग्री ऑफ फ्रीडम के लिए दी जाती हैं, राइट? अगर आपको उसके बीच की वैल्यू चाहिए और बिल्कुल एक्यूरेट वैल्यू चाहिए, देन यू कैन डू द मैनुअल इंटरपोलेशन बिटवीन 150 and 200 to get the exact value for 197.
तो कोई सा टेबल नहीं है, मतलब कोई स्टैटिस्टिकल टेबल?
ये स्टैंडर्ड टेबल है, ये स्टैंडर्ड टेबल है जहाँ पे 150 और 200 के बीच में जो वैल्यू है वो लीनियर चलती है. जब कोई भी चीज लीनियर चलती है तो आप उसका इंटरपोलेशन से निकाल सकते हो कि 197 पे एग्जैक्ट वैल्यू क्या होगी.
ओके, थैंक यू सर.
इज इट फाइन सर?
Yes, I got it.
Sir, I have a question.
Yeah.
Sir, how to decide that we will be using independent sample t-test or one sample t-test?
This is the experience we'll be gaining as we move forward, because
Okay.
this is what you need to learn as a research scholar. The more the test you do, the more is the expertise you will get, that what kind of a test to be done. This is something, this answer will not come even from Google, right? This is what the research scholar has to find out. What is the correct test which you can do for what kind of a scenario? And the more test I will expose you to, you will get to understand why am I doing a particular test for a particular case. You don't have ready-made solutions for it. That answer is quite dependent on what is your objective, what are the kind of variables involved in your objective, right? What is the distribution of the control variable? All this will come into picture when you decide whether it is the independent sample t-test or whether it is the Whitney U test.
Fine, thank you, sir.
Now let me change my hypothesis and you will see me doing a different test altogether, right? See, I go to my data set again, right? I compared the reading score between boys and girls. Now I want to compare the reading and the writing score. There is no significant difference in the reading and the writing competency of my students. That means if reading is good, writing is also good. If reading is bad, writing is also bad. This is a new scenario which I need to test. This is a very, very popular test known as the paired test. Like in medical science, what is the blood pressure before giving the drug? And what is the blood pressure after giving the drug? And then you see whether the drug is effective or not. And if the drug is effective, there should be a considerable difference in the blood pressures before and after giving the drug. Second, suppose you conducted a test before you taught as a teacher and people scored some marks, and then you taught the students for a month and read and did the test again. Now you can check the hypothesis whether your teaching was effective or not. If there is a significant difference in the performance, then naturally your teaching is effective. And if there is no significant difference in your performance for the same set of students, then your teaching is not effective. These are all popular tests which people use in every day to evaluate how well the students have been able to understand your subject and how effective was your teaching. How effective was your teaching. So I am taking two scores. One is the reading score and one is the writing score, right? And then I'm trying to see, is there a significant difference in the reading and the writing score, right? And the alternate hypothesis says, yes, there is a significant difference in the reading and the writing score. Now, this will involve a different kind of a test and this will involve a different kind of a process, right? So let me write it down for all of you. I am just trying to expose you to the different scenarios which you can have as far as the objectives is concerned. So case number, hypothesis number 2, H2 I'll write down, right? The alternate, the null hypothesis is there is no significant difference. There is no significant difference, right? I'll just write it in very short, between read and write. And the alternate hypothesis says there is a difference, right? There is a difference, right? Now, how to go about this test, right? There are very, very few people who can actually come to the right answer, right? So now what this book says is, or what a good research paper says is, the first thing you do is to create a new variable diff, diff, which is the difference of, uh, the read and the write, read minus write, right? Very few people can actually approach this problem. So you create a new variable diff, which is the difference of read and write. Now let us see how to do it in SPSS. You go to SPSS, you go to transform and say compute variable. Compute variable. The target variable is diff, and then I go to the numerical expression, put the two brackets. The first variable is the reading minus the writing, right? And then you say okay. The moment you say okay, you'll in the data view you will get a new variable C diff. Now this is the difference between 57 minus 52, which is 5, 68 minus 59, which is 9, 44 minus 33, which is 11, then 63 minus 44, which is your 19. So this new variable has been created. This new variable has been created. Now I need to see whether this new variable, which is the difference of the read and write, is normally distributed or not. So many people don't do this, right? Check the normality, check the normality, check the normality of diff. Check the normality of diff. Now how do I do it? You go to SPSS, you go to analyze, descriptive statistics, explore, and then you reset this, and then you take this variable diff. Go to plots and select normality plots with test, and then say continue and okay. Now you go to the Shapiro's Wilks test, right? Say copy, and then you can paste it in your research paper. Now you see the significance value is 0.202, which is more than your significance level of 5%. So you can say that there is normality. There is normality. Now if there is normality, again a new test will come into picture, which is known as paired sample t-test. Paired sample t-test. Now let us do this paired sample t-test and get the p-value. You go to SPSS, you go to analyze, then you go to compare means, and now you get this option paired sample t-test. Simple. The last time you took the independent sample t-test, and now we are taking the paired sample t-test. You go to paired sample t-test, select both the variables read and write in one go, and transfer it on the right side. Both the variables should come on the same row. Then you say okay, and this is the table which you get, and you can see from this table the significance value is how much? 0.387, right? So I'll just write it down. The p-value is 0.387. So null hypothesis is accepted. And the acceptance means what? That there is no significant difference in the reading and the writing competency of my students. All the students doing good in reading are also doing good in writing, and all those students not doing good in reading are also not doing good in writing. Now, if suppose that there is no normality, the second part of the story, there is no normality. Maybe you will encounter this, then you should know the answer. What should be the test? The name of the test is the Wilcoxon test. Wilcoxon test. The name of the test is a Wilcoxon test. It's a very popular test, right? When the normality condition is not satisfied. Now let me go to SPSS and do this test for all of you. Go to Analyze, go to Non-Parametric, and then select the option Related Samples. Last time you took independent samples. This time you will take related samples. Select the variables read and write, and take it on the right side. Then go to Fields and select the option of Wilcoxon Test. Wilcoxon Test. Right. Just say run, and this is the table you get. You can copy paste this table to get the correct p-value, which is what? 0.366. So p-value is, the p-value is 0.366. So null hypothesis. So null hypothesis is accepted. So we have been able to do 4 tests. One was the independent sample t-test. The second one was the Mann-Whitney test. The third one was the paired sample t-test. And the fourth one is what you call it as the Wilcoxon test. Right?
Sir,
And
I have a doubt, sir. Can I ask?
yeah.
Sir, here in the paired sample t-test, we have checked the normality of the difference
Yeah.
in reading and writing. So, sir, can't we check the individual normality of reading and then individual normality of writing scores? Will that not?
That is the common mistake which most of the people do.
Okay, sir.
That is the common mistake because that is the way things have been told, but actually that is not correct. If you see the exact literature of the paired sample t-test, it says that we don't want the individuals to be normal, we want the difference to be normal. That is why the authentic literature is more important compared to what people are actually doing. So the authentic literature says that you should find the difference and then check for the normality.
Okay, sir. So if the difference is normal, sir, then we will go for paired sample t-test,
Yeah.
where we will use the scores of reading and writing. And if the difference is not normal, then we will go for Wilcoxon.
Then you go for Wilcoxon and again use the two variables read and write to check to get the p-value from the test.
Right. So one more doubt, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, when we were checking the normality, sir, we learned that the Shapiro-Wilks test, if we get p greater than 0.05, which is insignificant, then we say data is normal. Sir, likewise, sir, the KS test for the same set of data is showing 0.04 in the output, which is significant. So, isn't there a
Now
discrepancy?
0.04 is also saying that it is not normal because it is
Yes,
less
sir,
than.
but Shapiro-Wilk significance, if we see, sir, then by that it is coming normal. Whereas if we see KS, it is coming non-normal, sir.
That is why I said don't use the KS test, because inherently the KS test is done only when the sample size is large.
Okay.
Our sample size is just 200.
Right,
So
sir.
for a sample size of 200, Shapiro's Wills test is better compared to KS test because the basic assumption of a KS test is that your sample size is large.
Right, sir. Got it, sir. Thank you, sir.
Because KS test will always give you not normal. So
Right.
there is no use doing the KS test because generally our research is done on a very small sample size on which the KS test is insensitive.
Right, sir.
Right. So this is why, and this normality will go a long way, right? The normality of variable will go a long way for other things also. When you go to prediction, when you go to factor analysis, right? The basic concepts of normality will be always there. Secondly, there are research papers like I'll just share with you my experience. Like that some of the journals require your variable to be normal. You can't use a non-parametric test. Your research will not be accepted. So there we have to see how to make the variable normal, because as of now my variable is not normal, right? And my paper cannot move ahead if until the time your variable becomes normal. So we'll see there what we can do a session only on how to make the variable normal, because that is the requirement of the research paper. That is the requirement of the research paper. So it's a very, very important thing which needs to be done, which needs to be done as far as the numerical variable is concerned, right? So for a numerical variable, the normal distribution plays a very important role as far as the selection of the test comes into picture. As far as the selection of the test comes into picture. Okay. Now let us move to the even a next hypothesis, which is even different from the ones which I have done. Right? I'm just trying to take hypothesis which you may encounter in your research, and then what could be the probable test to check that hypothesis. Right? Because leading to the right test is the key, right? And the test, this answer even cannot come from Google. That is what I can tell you. So that is where the researcher will have to work, right? Trying to figure out what is the correct test so that your p value is correct. Because the moment you change the test, your p value will also change, and maybe the interpretation from the test also changes. The interpretation from the test also changes. Now let us come to a third objective, which is even more different than the first two, right? The first two are very, very popular. The only thing is the objective and the variables will change. Nothing else. The concept will remain same. The concept will remain same. Now the next objective is to see, to find out, is there a significant difference? Is there a significant difference in right competency between students of different socioeconomic status? Socioeconomic status. See why we always talk of reservations, right? So we can say if there is a significant difference in the right competency with students coming from different socioeconomic status like low, middle, and high, then we can think of giving some kind of a reservation. But if there is no significant difference, then why do we give this reservation? That is the debate, which is now again happening, so that this whole concept can be revived, right? So in this case, right, the independent sample t-test will not work, right? And we'll have two possibilities. One is what we call it as ANOVA, and the second is what we call it as a non-parametric, which is the Kruskal-Wallis test. Kruskal-Wallis test. ANOVA is the parametric equivalent, and the Kruskal-Wallis test is the non-parametric equivalent, assuming that your variable is not normally distributed. Your variable is not normally distributed, right? I think I'll stop at this point because might be all of you must be having your lunch also, right? Is it fine, ma'am?
Yes, sir, it is fine. We can start the next session then at 2:30 directly.
Right. Right. Right.
Right. Thank you so much, sir. I would request all the participants to join for the next session 10 minutes before the scheduled time. Thank you, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
How the classes are going?
Good afternoon, ma'am. The participants are joining.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, ma'am, we'll start the session at 2:30 sharp.
Fine. 4 minutes.
Yes,
4 more
ma'am.
minutes to go.
Yes, ma'am, correct.
I hope you all are enjoying statistics.
It's difficult to comment on that.
So the thing is what you can hate, you can love statistics, but you can't ignore statistics. That is the truth. That is the truth.
That's
yeah.
the truth.
And like in academics, we all need to publish research papers, isn't it? So we require statistics.
True, ma'am.
Yeah. Like you can have non-statistical papers also, qualitative research papers also you can publish.
Actually, ma'am, hands-on, when we do it with our system, when the person is there sitting in front of us, we can ask queries. So that makes a difference. The virtual platform doesn't, normally doesn't allow us to do the hands-on practice and then ask the question. So that clarity is something which, disturbs and doesn't give that much confidence.
Okay, but I've seen that you people are very much interactive and very much participative. That's the wonderful part of this participants.
Exactly, ma'am, because
Saurabh sir has joined, he is also there.
Have to,
Or otherwise, it is very difficult to find participants interacting in this type of virtual platforms. Exactly. When we have FDPs, it's very difficult to find that people are interacting. But you people are taking interest and you people are doing it. It's a wonderful thing. I think Saurabh sir has joined, Rucha.
Yes, ma'am. Saurabh sir is there. Saurabh sir, we'll just wait for 2 more minutes and then we'll start. Is that okay, sir?
Okay, fine enough. Fine enough.
Only 56 participants. I think they will be joining. They will be having lunch.
Yes, ma'am. I'll post one message for them.
Yeah, today's a holiday, na? So there was no difficulty in arranging and managing the classes today. Yes, participants, you people were able to participate and present in the workshop without any hindrances of your regular classes.
Yes, ma'am.
Being a holiday.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, it was not a holiday, it was
not a holiday. Okay, in our case also, like we have started the session, academic session very late due to this COVID. So we don't have any holidays as far as teaching is concerned. That too, during the Sundays and holidays also, we are having classes, or otherwise we are having the evaluation exams for the students. So that is the same thing with you all also.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I would like to add, like much in advance in this case, you helped us with the proper schedule. In fact, I wrote to you and you provided that. So it helped us to coordinate with HOD and get our classes allocated accordingly. Otherwise, a lot of time in FDPs, we did not get the schedule. So very thankful to you.
Okay, it's pleasure, ma'am. Like tomorrow, we are having data visualization through Tableau. So tomorrow morning, we will be having Saurabh sir's class only. And then the second half, we will be having the Tableau thing. And on the last day, we'll start with the evaluation test. I think you people are waiting eagerly for your evaluation test.
No, we are first.
Yes.
So if you don't have evaluation, that will be fine.
You are expecting some important questions from our side?
Definitely, madam.
like whatever questions we have included in the evaluation, the resource persons are covering during their sessions. They've already covered, like yesterday, you people might have seen the types of statistics. Today also, you might have seen the various types of tests.
Ma'am, actually, we are students now. So, we are using our mindset of, what important would come up.
Okay. So you're truly means you are truly believing in the philosophy of learn to unlearn and unlearn to relearn.
Definitely.
That's so
Very
nice.
well said, ma'am. Ma'am, shall
Yeah.
we start?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Gayatri, you can start.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the session 3. I request Dr. Saurabh Agrawal sir to take over the session.
Okay. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So we move to a next test, right? Again, which is very important as far as research is concerned. And what we were trying to find out, is there a significant difference in the right competency between students of different socioeconomic status? Now, if you see in my data, I have students coming from 3 different backgrounds, 1, 2, and 3. 1 is the student coming from a low socioeconomic status, 2 is for a person coming from a middle socioeconomic status, and 3 is for a person coming from a high socioeconomic status. So in this case, again, we have two kinds of tests which comes into picture. One is if it's a parametric test and the variable is normally distributed, is what we call it as ANOVA, analysis of variance. And if the right competency, the numerical variable involved, is not normally distributed, then we have what we call it as the Kruskal-Wallis test, right? So let us see how do we do these two tests in SPSS, and then see what is the p-value we get and what is the interpretation as far as accepting the null and the alternate hypothesis is concerned. So these two tests will be further added, and you can use these tests whenever a similar hypothesis you formulate as a part of your research work. I'm trying to use those tests which are popular as far as research papers are concerned. So assuming that my variable is assuming right to be normal, to be normally distributed, so what I do is I go for ANOVA. Right, now let us see how do we do it. You go to SPSS, go to analyze, go to this compare means, and then select one way ANOVA. You select the dependent variable as the writing score and your grouping variable as the socioeconomic status. Sorry, type of socioeconomic status. So this is your grouping variable. Your grouping variable has to be nominal in nature. Your grouping variable has to be nominal in nature. And then I say, okay, now this is the result which I get from ANOVA. I can just copy paste it into my document and interpret the p-value which I get. This is the p-value which I get. Now this p-value is less than the significance level of 5% or 0.05. So I reject the null hypothesis, and what is the conclusion I can make? The conclusion which I can make is that the alternate hypothesis is accepted. And if you accept the alternate hypothesis, that means yes, there is a significant difference in the writing competency between students of different socioeconomic status. So looks to be the result looks to be, as far as the sample, that there is a significant difference in the writing competency between students of different socioeconomic status, only that my variable right is normally distributed. The way you interpreted the t value, you can also interpret the f value which you get in ANOVA, right? T test will give you a t value and ANOVA will give you the f value. For f values interpretation, again you go to this statistical table, right? Now this is the statistical table for the f value, right? And you can see for different level of significance, 6% significance level, right? But in this case, right, you will get two different degrees of freedom, one running on the row and the other running on the column, right? So for the t test you have only 1 degree of freedom, but for the f test, in order to interpret from the table, you need for 2 degrees of freedom. One is under rows and the other one is under columns. Now to get the 2 degrees of freedom, you go to the SPSS output, and these are the 2 degrees of freedom, 2 and 197, right? So you need to see the intersection value between 2 and 197, one running under rows and the other running under columns. So if you see the TF table, right, now this is what it is. Now this is 1 2 and this is the columns, right? So again, this is the second column you will use, and this will be somewhere around this value, 4.71. This is the value or the f critical. This is the f critical, right? Now you need to compare this with the f calculated. The f calculated is this which you get in the SPSS output, right? Now you see that your f calculated, you can compare this f critical with the f calculated. If your f calculated is less than the f critical, you accept the null hypothesis. But you see that f calculated is 4.97 and f critical is 4.72 from the table. So f calculated is more than f critical. So I'll just write it down for all of you. Calculated is 4.97. This is 4.97, right? So f calculated, f cal is equal to 4.97, and f critical from table is 4.72. Again, the alternate hypothesis is accepted. Alternate hypothesis is accepted. So if you read the table correct, then you'll get the same answer. You'll get the same answer. Because there are some research papers who want you to interpret the f value, and there are certain journals who want you to interpret the p value. This has been my experience, right? That is why I told you, since you get both these values readily from SPSS, right, you can interpret either the f value or the significance value. Now the next case is, if my right value is not normally distributed, then I have to use a non-parametric test, and then that is what is known as a Kruskal-Wallis test. Again, a very popular test in the research papers, right? So case number two, where my variable is not normally distributed, which is what we call it as the Kruskal-Wallis test. Kruskal-Wallis test. Now let us see how can we do this test in SPSS. It's simple. You go to non-parametric, analyze non-parametric, and then you say independent samples, right? You go to fields, right? Then you select the writing score. This is your writing score, and then you select the, instead of gender, you select the socioeconomic status. Then you go to settings, and then you select the test as Kruskal-Wallis. You select the test as Kruskal-Wallis. Then you say run, and this is what you get, right? So you can copy paste it in your Word document. Now this is, the value is 0.004, right? This value is less than the significance level. So your null hypothesis is rejected, and there is a significant difference in the writing competency between students of different socioeconomic status. So this is what is the rejection of rejection of rejection of null hypothesis. But you should always indicate that this rejection is based on a significance level of 5%. Otherwise, people will not understand how did you accepted or rejected the null hypothesis.
Excuse me, sir. Could you please repeat once more the Kruskal-Wallis method? I could not follow it completely.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You go to SPSS, you go to analyze, then you go to non-parametric, and then you select independent samples. In independent samples, you go to the fields option and select writing score as the dependent variable and the socioeconomic status as the independent or the grouping variable. And then you go to the selection of the test and select the test as Kruskal-Wallis test. Then you just say, oh, run. The moment you say run, on the output screen, you'll get this table, which gives you a p-value or the significance value as 0.004. Now this value is less than the significance level of 0.05. So the null hypothesis is rejected and the alternate hypothesis is accepted, which means there is rejection of the null hypothesis means there is a significant difference in the right competency between students of different socioeconomic status. Now, once this result or this research finding is known, you can take an appropriate decision, or the management of the college can take an appropriate decision based on this research finding. So these are all different varieties of hypothesis which you can formulate, right? The reason is I'm just trying to expose you to the different varieties of tests which people do, starting from the independent sample t-test, the Mann-Whitney test, to paired sample t-test, to Wilcoxon test, to Anova, to Kruskal-Wallis test. Next, let me take one more example of a hypothesis with a very different scenario. Right now, I have two categorical variables for comparison. Two categorical variables for comparison. Two categorical variables for comparison. Right. Now, if you see, there's one hypothesis which can be formed, which is very interesting. Suppose I take a variable like prog, right? And in prog, I have three kinds of programs in my college. One is for a UG program, two is for a PG program, and three is for a PhD program. And then suppose I take a variable like the gender, which is again of two varieties and 0 and 1, boys and girls. And I want to see, is there an association between the selection of the program and the gender? Like, if I want to check this hypothesis that do the boys and girls have a selection of a program, that means they opt for any particular program in the college, or either of them can opt for any program in the college. That is the association which we need to check. So that is where this is a new kind of a hypothesis not dealt with, right? So to see, like, the null hypothesis will be there is no association between gender and the selection of program right. That is where we use something known as a chi-square test. Chi-square test. Now this hypothesis can tell the management which kind of a program to be opted for what kind of a gender, right? So let us see, how do we do this test? You go to analyze, right? You won't find the option chi-square, right? In descriptive, you select the option cross tabs. You select the option cross tabs, select one of the variables as gender under rows and select the type of program under columns. You can interchange it. You can always interchange it, but then one of the variables will come under rows and the other variable will come under columns. Now you go to statistics and select the option chi-square and select the option chi-square, right? And you just say continue and OK. Now this is the chi-square table which you get. You can copy paste this table into the Word file, right? Now this is the value which you get. The p-value is 0.989, if you can see on my screen, right? Now this value is more than the p-value is greater than the significance level, is greater than the significance level, which means what? Your null hypothesis is, the null hypothesis is accepted. That means what? Any person, any gender opts for any program in the college. That is what my data is saying, right? So if you need to check an association between two categorical variables, which will generally happen in your research, right, that is the best is to take the chi-square test. The best is to take the chi-square test. And the way you interpreted the T table and the F table, you also have a chi-square table, right? So the chi-square critical is 0.022 and you can get the calculated chi-square for 2 degrees of freedom from the chi-square table. And again, if the chi-square calculated is less than the critical, you accept the null hypothesis. So this way, you can start doing all these different kinds of tests to begin with, right? You can do an independent sample, you can do a Mann-Whitney, you can do a paired sample, you can do Wilcoxon, you can do ANOVA, you can do Kruskal's, and to check the association between two categorical variables, you can do something which is known as a chi-square test. I've just tried to incorporate all the situations, numerical with categorical, numerical with numerical, and categorical with categorical. So if you go through the recording, you will see that all the cases are covered, right? Because there are only two kinds of variables which I told you in the morning. Either the variable is numerical or categorical. So I have covered numerical with categorical, which can be either independent sample t-test or Mann-Whitney or ANOVA or Kruskal's. Between two numerical, you have paired sample and Wilcoxon. And between two categorical, you have a chi-square test. So all the scenarios I have covered. Now you need to see, right? You need to be careful about what kind of a test will you use, right, based on the hypothesis which you have formulated. Any question before I move on to the next topic?
Sir, if you don't mind, can you repeat again?
What I said was I have tried to cover every scenario, right? Between numerical and categorical, you have independent sample, Mann-Whitney, ANOVA, Kruskal's. Between two numerical, you have paired sample and Wilcoxon. And between two categorical, you have a chi-square test. So based on the nature of the variables on which you have testing the hypothesis, you can decide any one of these tests and then interpret based on the p-value you get, or on the basis of the t statistics, f statistics, or chi-square statistics, right? What is whether you will be accepting the null hypothesis or you will be accepting the alternate hypothesis. Just be careful about the nature of the variables and what is the correct test which will give you the correct p-value, because that is the basis on which we generally decide how good is your research paper. How good is your research paper? SPSS will do anything for you, but you need to guide SPSS what needs to be done, right? Based on how well you understand your data, how well you understand the hypothesis you have formulated, which needs to be checked.
Sir, I have a question, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, before that, I would like to appreciate you for a wonderful presentation, sir. It was very clear, and you have used the word and SPSS parallelly, which was very much easy to understand for us, sir.
Yeah.
And thank you for that, sir. And my question is, sir, what is the reason for the data which is not becoming in the test of normality? Why it is not satisfying the normality? What is the problem with that, sir? In which case it will not reach the normality?
Okay. So there can be many reasons your data is not normal, right? See, one reason can be, but this is what you need to explore in EDA, right? Exploratory data analysis. One is presence of missing values. Then presence of outliers. That could be the second reason why your data doesn't have normality, right? Then maybe your data has too many missing values, the data which you couldn't collect as far as the sample is concerned. That could be the second reason why your data is not showing normality. The third is the intrinsic nature of population. The intrinsic nature of population, right? So if you think your population itself is skewed means it is not normal, then your sample will also be skewed, right? So there is no harm. You can always justify that your population itself is skewed, right? So therefore it is not possible to get a normal data, right? Then you can use a non-parametric test to either test the hypothesis, or the second way out is to make a not normal distribution into a normal distribution. For them to do this, there are many mathematical functions which are available. So maybe we can keep a session sometimes later on where we can discuss all the different ways of making the data normal, right? This cannot happen in a small time. We'll have to go through the entire procedures of making a data normal. So
thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. One more additional question, that is, we used to do, whenever there is a missing data, we have to take off that particular data from the list of respondent itself. Is that okay, or in that case, a sample will be reduced, no, sir? So what can we do?
You already have answered your question. If you do that, your sample will get reduced, and the smaller is the sample, the chances of getting normal is further reduced.
Oh, sir, in that case, if my sample size is becoming very less, can I do any other options, sir, to for that?
No, if you still think your data is not normal, either you go for a non-parametric test, right, or you increase the sample size, or we can try to make a not normal into normal if it is mathematically possible.
Okay. Then I have to collect some more data to make it normal. Otherwise, I have to remove the missing value data.
Yeah. In any case, you will have to remove the missing value data. In any case, you will have to remove the missing value data. And if after removing it, you have a small sample size, then you will have to increase your sample size to make it normal.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
And if you still continue with a not normal sample, there is no harm. You have many techniques where you work on a not normal sample. Working on a not normal sample is not a limitation, right? Because getting a normal sample itself is very difficult. So there are many ways where either you make it normal. If you are still not able to make it normal, there are many techniques which work for us data which is not normally distributed. In fact, we are coming up with, like you must have heard the word machine learning, deep learning. These are all the algorithms which will work on a data which is not normal. Pure statistical algorithms will require the data to be normally distributed. So that depends upon the entire context depends upon right? What is the variable on which you are collecting the data? And maybe the variable itself intrinsically is not normal. Then what can you do? That sample will also be not normal. Then you'll have to select a technique which works on a not normal distribution, and you will have to convince in your research paper that the intrinsic nature of my data is not normal. The intrinsic data of my nature of my data is not normal. So there is absolutely no like you should not be stringent that I have to get a normal distribution. Getting normal distribution itself is not easy, because that is the way the nature is, right? Variables, see, the way the variables are distributed in the nature is not normal. So getting a normal distribution is not that easy, and that is why people are coming up with techniques like the non-parametric test, which works on a not normal sample, a not normal sample. Anything else before I come to a different discussion, or before I come to a different topic altogether? Something
Hello.
important?
Hello.
Yeah.
Sir, when to use independent e-test and when to use ANOVA?
See, if the number of categories in the categorical variable are 2, then you use independent sample t-test. And if you have number of categories in the categorical variable like socioeconomic status, which had 3 categories, low, middle and high, then you go in for ANOVA.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So that is the way you can differentiate which one will be better, either to go for an independent sample t-test or to go for a ANOVA. Like there are many people who don't use the correct test at the correct position, right? But this is the way you can find out which will be a better test, either independent sample t-test or ANOVA.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Sir,
Sir,
hello.
Yeah.
Sir, I'm doing a research on healthcare strategies and its impact on the quality of health services in Uttarakhand. So I'm comparing between two organizations, private and public sector, and I'm comparing their quality of health services.
Okay.
So in this case, I have used ANOVA.
How do you measure the quality of health service?
Sir, if I'm talking about going into, so we have the cervical analysis, this is like for service quality, we have a different tool this, but I'm not using that. I have used a model called multiple regression and along with the ANOVA.
No, multiple regression is for prediction.
For prediction, that is impact. When I'm using the word impact of...
So that is the reason I'm asking, how do you measure the quality of service? Because that has to do something with the nature of the variable.
Yes, sir.
So I would like to know, how did you measure the quality of the service?
Quality of the services, that is what I was comparing between like the quality of services health of public and private setup.
No,
So
public
I
and
was using...
private is fine. That is a categorical variable, but the numerical variable is the quality which you have measured on some scale.
Yes, sir. Likert, this is Likert scale. Like.
So you cannot use a Likert scale for the testing of hypothesis.
Okay.
Either you increase the width of the Likert scale. Don't use a 3-point or a 5-point Likert scale and then you test the hypothesis. That is fundamentally wrong.
Fundamentally wrong. Okay, sir. So that is what I was like confused.
Don't use a variable measured on Likert scale for regression. See, you will also doing the same mistake which generally most of the people do.
Okay, okay.
Don't use a variable measured on Likert scale for testing of hypothesis. Don't use a variable measured on Likert scale for doing any kind of a prediction using regression.
Okay, sir. Fine.
Because SPSS will give you an output, but that output will have no relevance altogether.
That is what I was wondering, and I was stuck up in my research.
Because
so
that is fundamentally wrong. Fundamentally wrong. Right?
Yeah.
So that is the reason why I was beginning telling you that the quality of the research should improve. This is the way you measure the quality of the research.
Okay, sir.
Because if you use a variable measured on a Likert scale and you are doing some kind of a prediction, then that is fundamentally wrong actually.
Okay, sir. So if you don't mind, can I connect with you on mail later on?
I've shared a mail ID. You can do
yes,
that.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. I will be, just putting my query to you.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Any other query related to your research work so that to gain something important from this session?
Sir, I'll tell you that with your session, so I got so much of clarity. I just wanted to request, do you have your own YouTube channel so that I can go through and, you know, get my concepts clear?
I think you be in touch with Shiny ma'am, right?
Yes,
Because
sir. Yes, sir.
she keeps on getting updates from me, right? So she'll
Fine.
update you accordingly. Right?
It's a very
Sir,
kind of you. Thank you very much, sir.
Sir, one more question relating to the same question, sir. For in that case, for Likert scale, shall we use descriptive analysis, sir, for analyzing it?
Don't use descriptive statistics for Likert scale.
Okay.
Because getting mean median for the Likert scale doesn't give you anything.
Okay, sir.
Or either you use a bigger Likert scale. You go in for an 11-point Likert scale, that will mean some meaning.
Oh, okay, sir.
The smaller is your Likert scale, the more closer it is to a categorical variable.
Categorical. Okay, sir.
And for categorical, you don't have descriptive statistics, you have frequencies.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, thank you so much.
So now let me take a data set for which is collected on a Likert scale. And I'll tell you what you do with this kind of a data set, because this is also something which is very common. Now, if you see, I have collected a data set on the 23 variables which you can see on my screen. And the data set is collected on variables measured on a Likert scale, right? From strongly, if you can see, from strongly agree to strongly disagree, right? And these questions were measuring the inquisitiveness of the research scholars in using SPSS for their research work. This is the real data which has been collected, right? I'll read out a few questions. Statistics makes me cry. All computers hate me. I have never been good at mathematics. Computers are out to get me, right? SPSS always crashes when I try to use it. Everybody looks at me when I use SPSS. So it is a wonderful data set in which we have 23 questions measuring the perception of the research scholars on a scale of 5. Strongly agree to strongly disagree. Now, what can we do on this kind of a data, right, which is basically measured on a Likert scale? The Likert scale data, as I said, the measurement, if you can see on my screen, is ordinal, because Likert scale is ordinal in nature. The Likert scale is ordinal in nature, and you are ranking from on either strongly agree to strongly disagree or strongly disagree to strongly agree. Now, what you do is you do something which is known as a factor analysis. This analysis is also very, very important for people generally who come from social sciences. Like I come from an engineering background, for me, this is not that important. But this is where you are developing a scale. Suppose you are developing a scale for a measurement scale for the personality of an individual, right? Or for any other thing, right? That is where you go through this process of collecting data on a Likert scale. Don't use the Likert scale data for testing of hypothesis. Please don't do it. Right? This is a very common mistake which most of the research scholars commit.
Sir.
Yeah.
Sir, you are saying that directly Likert scale ka data should not be used for analysis for basically multiple regression or this thing. But generally what we do, suppose if we are conducting a question, suppose 5 or 6 questions are related with the personality, for example.
Yeah.
So 5 or 6 questions, we generally, combine them, and generally we make the ratio scale, and that ratio that what we are saying, that total amount, whatever comes, that we use as a this thing for multiple regression or for correlation or for parametric data analysis, maybe for factor analysis, further this thing.
How do you combine those questions?
Sir, now, sir, in this particular, now I can see the file. Now there is a transform button is there.
Yeah.
So just click on transform.
Yeah.
So transform में compute variable करके आता है. So suppose compute variable.
Yeah.
So now compute variable में नीचे आके we are combining that 6 to 7 statements.
Which 6 to 7 statements will you combine?
Now suppose abhi, for example, suppose now madam was talking about that she's having a data and personality ka data was there something. Suppose personality if I'm asking the 6 questions or 7 questions. Okay, or let us say emotional intelligence, or let us say commitment. Now, commitment is having a 6 to 7 questions. Now, commitment, I want to use that as a variable, and I want to find out structural equation modeling or maybe multiple regression, because across the globe they are doing the research on structural equation modeling or maybe or your multiple regression like that.
Absolutely.
So now, yeah, because our literature review says that. So with that literature review, with that line of support, if that support, then we from transform we go to the compute variable, and in compute variable, that 6 to 7 statements, the responses of 6 to 7 statements, we actually uska sum up karte hain.
She's taking average. I think you're talking
not
about
average,
the,
not average, no average, madam.
All
No
right.
average. It's a total only sum. ओके एंड वो जो सम है दैट सम का फिर आपका ये वैल्यूज में कोई इसमें नहीं आता है कि इसका कोई हम लोग ये कर रहे हैं जैसे स्ट्रांगली एग्री स्ट्रांगली डिसएग्री, उसका कुछ नहीं आता है। और वो जो फाइनल नंबर आता है वो आगे के प्रोसेस के लिए वी आर यूजिंग फॉर मल्टीपल रिग्रेशन और मे बी फॉर फर्दर एनालिसिस एज अ parametric data, because that scale data is indirectly entered into ratio data. We are not keeping some values like strongly agree to strongly disagree, because now we are getting the sum figure.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Let
me. I will just have one thing.
Doc Sab, let me explain you this issue. Right. See, suppose there are 7 statements which you want to combine.
Okay.
Right? Let me complete my. Let me complete what I want to say, and then we'll have a discussion. Right. Suppose there are 7 statements, right, which you want to combine, and they are from strongly agree to
disagree.
Disagree.
Correct.
Right. And the scale is suppose 1 to 5.
Yes.
Right. Now, naturally, these are values, ma'am. Right. Now, what you can do using transform compute is
you are having 100 response.
Now, suppose for the first respondent, the answer is suppose 1, 3, 5, 3, 2, 5. How many? And 4. Right. These are the answers to the 7 questions.
Right.
Or the 7 statements.
Right.
Now, using compute, you can add them. Right.
Yes.
So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 14 and 5, 19 and 4, 23.
Correct.
Now, this is the answer which you will get from the compute.
23.
And similar answer you will get for the all the other 99 responses.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
Because I got your point. That is why I'm saying you. Now, the issue is you want to use this new variable which we have computed, right, as either a dependent variable or an independent variable.
Correct.
Correct, ma'am. So now the question is, can I use this new variable? Now, when can you use this new variable in multiple regression? Acha, let me give you 2 scenarios. First is, you should have a background. Why did you added these 7 variables? This not what your literature review will say. You are doing it as per your literature review, but you will have to do it as per your data, right? Your understanding of adding these 7 variables is just coming from the literature review, which may not be correct for the sample of the data which we have collected. So you should have a basis. Can I add these 7 questions or not? That is the first question.
Sir. That response.
Let me complete, ma'am. Right. So what you need to do is you need to find out, can I add these 7 variables into one factor? Can I do it or not? Right. For that, we need to have some background.
Yes.
The background cannot be literature review.
Yes.
The background cannot be literature review. Right. So can I use this new variable? Right. First thing is, can I use this new variable with new factor? I'll say that will be a factor now. Can I use this new factor with 7 variables added?
7 variables, 7 statements, sir.
Those are variables in SPSS.
Sir, 7 statements. 1 variable, we create new variable. That is a total stress, total emotional intelligence, total commitment, like that.
There are 7 variables in SPSS. Right. Now, can I add these 7 variables or not? The answer is, for that, you will have to do something which is known as factor analysis.
Yes, sir. First we will find out Cronbach alpha by doing the reliability test.
Correct.
Okay,
second
so
is,
Cronbach alpha gives me the confirmation that whether there is a close correlation between these items or there is no correlation between the items.
No,
Once
ma'am.
I'm sure with the Cronbach alpha, then I will proceed for the factor analysis. And factor analysis will tell me, okay, which statements I can bring together, or either factor analysis will tell me, or maybe the well-established scale, because in specifically psychosocial research or psychological research, already best, what we can say, best already well-established, validated scales are there.
Yeah.
So when we are using that well-established scale, we should not deviate from that.
Let me complete, ma'am. Even your scale is validated, right? You cannot use it unless your data supports.
Of course,
First.
of course.
Second is, ma'am. Second is, forget reliability, right? Cronbach alpha is too much over exaggerated, right? I'll tell you the reason also for that, right? Cronbach alpha doesn't tell you anything. It is too much exaggerated in academic research. Second. Third is, you'll have to do the factor analysis first to get an idea whether these 7 statements can be combined into a single statement or not.
Correct, correct.
Fourth is, once you get this new variable which you got from the compute variable, you cannot still use it in regression. I'll tell you why.
Yes.
I'll tell you why, right? But you cannot use this variable, the one which you have got from the Likert scale, even after combining all these 7 variables, you cannot use it in regression. The reason is, the new variable which you get from this will never be normally distributed. Never. Right? You can take my words, you can check it on any variable. Right? This new variable which you got from the Likert scale of 1 to 5, even if you add the values, it will never be normally distributed. And if the variable is not nicely now,
sir, but when we are going for multiple regression, again there are certain tests now, because of there is a test of homosteady, then there is a normal then we see the ANOVA, we see the multicollinearity, we see the TIV, TVF, all these things first we go with that, and then we proceed for multiple regression.
None of these tests will follow a Likert scale. Right? अब आपको linear, if you want to do linear regression, there's
linear regression.
Yeah, you should have homoscedasticity. A data which is collected on a Likert scale will never have homoscedasticity, man. Will never have homoscedasticity. Right? You can check this on the data which you have. Right?
Because sir, I'm referring the Tabanchik book, sir, and it is very clearly they have given.
The reference is not. The reference is to the data which we have collected. Right? What you do tomorrow, ma'am, right, if you get time, right, you do this test on the new variable which we have calculated, and then tell me how did you find out whether that variable is homoscedastic or not. Do this exercise.
Sir,
right,
but already that Cook test and Mahal test, already it is there, that parameter, if we are going with that parameter, it is correct.
You do it on the data which you have collected. Don't go by.
Of course, I'm talking about my data only, sir. Because before proceeding, sir, when I'm giving the command for multiple regression.
Tomorrow you show me the results. We'll have that discussion.
Sir, already I'm working on not only this 2025 multiple regression I have done with a different this thing. So already I've done that. So when we are giving the command of multiple regression, we are giving the command for outliers, for homoscedasticity, for normality, for this thing, for we are taking that first everything.
Just to pin it down, you do what? For the data which you have formed, for the new variable which you have formed, you just tell me what results do you get from normality and homoscedasticity. Just 2 things, man. Right? And tomorrow you show it in the session. We'll have a very good discussion on that. Something which will be useful for everybody. Right? Okay. Now let us do this factor analysis, which is very important. Right? This is the data which we have collected on the Likert scale. Right? And I need to find out, right? I need to find out how the variables will be grouped together. For 2 things. One is what we call it as the validity of the questionnaire. Validity of the questionnaire. And the second is what we call it as the reliability. Right?
Sir, sorry to interrupt again.
Of the questionnaire. Right? But this reliability is not pure Cronbach alpha. Right?
Yes. Sir,
This is not the pure Cronbach alpha. Right? The Cronbach alpha, all of you which you are using, is not the correct way of doing the Cronbach alpha. I'll tell you why. Right? the reliability which all of you do is not the correct way of checking the reliability. Reliability is not for the questionnaire. Reliability is always for the factor, right? Reliability, you don't do it for the questionnaire, which generally people do, right? So to check the reliability, you need the factors first. And how do you get the factors? That is where you do the factor analysis. What most of the people do is to check the reliability of the entire questionnaire, which is absolutely wrong, right? And they don't understand the meaning of Cronbach alpha also. They don't understand the meaning of Cronbach alpha, right? Let me make that correction, right? See, the way it is done, that is the way I'll tell all of you, right? And then you can have your own interpretations as far as implementation in your research is concerned, right? The way I told you the different kinds of tests, similarly, the next thing which generally people do is to do something which is the validity and the reliability of the questionnaire. Because these are the 23 questions which you started with, right? And these questions you got from the literature review. That these questions are measuring your underlying objective, that you are developing a scale for the inquisitiveness of a research scholar in using SPSS for their research. And these are the probable 23 questions which you got from the literature review, right? Now, what a research scholar should do is to first find out whether these questions are actually measuring your objective or not, right? Maybe this is measuring the objective on a different population. You have a different population, right? That is why every population will have a different scale altogether. You cannot have a scale which is developed in US and you are using it for an Indian population. No, that can be a guide, but it cannot be a full scale for the different population.
Sir,
right?
I have a doubt here.
Now, what you do is, I'll discuss, man. Let me complete. Right. Now, what you do is, you need to find out how good are these questions measuring your objective. Because if these questions are not measuring your objective, you need to take an appropriate action so that your questions measure the underlying objective, right? Then only predicting something from these questions which will be meaningful. Suppose you are moving on a road which doesn't lead to the destination, how will you reach your destination? So the first thing you should find out whether this road actually leads to your destination or not. And that is what you do when you validate your questionnaire. Now, there are few statistical values which you should look for, which gives you an indication of whether how good is your questionnaire validated, right? So like you have the p-value, right? Similarly, you have something which is known as the value for the eigenvalue. Then there is something which is known as the Bartlett's test, and there is something which is an indicator of your sample size, which is the KMO test. Because this you are doing as a pilot study. This is what you are doing as a pilot. The first time you have undertaken a research, you need to be sure about your sample size. You need to be sure about the variables you have taken, and you need to be sure of whether these variables can contribute to your objective or not. This is where the validating a questionnaire comes into picture. And this is what constitutes the pilot study of your research paper. The pilot study of your research paper, which hardly very few people do it. Because they don't understand that this kind of a study is also required in which you are validating your questionnaire. Right? Secondly, you also investigate that these questions should not be highly correlated. If these questions are highly correlated, then all the questions means the same thing. Then why have you taken these 23 questions? You took these 23 questions because that is what your literature review was actually telling you. But actually your sample, your data is actually telling you the same thing or not. That is also what you need to investigate. And that is what is known as multicollinearity. Multicollinearity in the data. I don't know how many of you appreciate this, but multicollinearity is like a cancer in statistics. The more is the multicollinearity, the more weak is your answer, whatever you are doing, right? And you will never know that. जैसे होता है ना, you have a cancer in your body and you never know it, right? Similarly, you have a cancer in your data in the form of multicollinearity, and you should investigate whether there is multicollinearity in your data or not, right? That is also, that answer also you will get to know from factor analysis. It's a very, very important analysis to begin with, right? And the results of this analysis which will lead to what next you can do as a part of your research. So let me do this analysis for all of you, right? And then see where are we actually heading towards.
Sir, I have just one question here. Shall I?
Yeah.
Sir, when we generally go for a psychosocial research related to, so most of the time there are validated scales, and that validated scales already work on the psychometric properties. So how to go for that psychometric property analysis? Because suppose if you say that we should develop our own test or own scale, then how we should go for analyze the psychometric properties of that each and every word and plus our scale?
Ma'am, if we are taking already a validated scale, then what are we doing in our research? We are only revalidating it. What have we done in our research?
Because now, suppose if my objective is testing the theory, then I'm not something going for generating or developing the new theory. I'm just testing the theory, but whether it is applicable to this particular location, situation, geographic area with this type of profession, then I have to take that scale. Suppose if I develop my own scale, then how I would ensure about the psychometric properties?
Oh, that will come from your domain knowledge, ma'am. I don't come from your domain actually, right? What I'm trying to say is, if your domain has 100 questions and that scale is developed on 20 questions, you'll have to take some additional questions to formulate your own scale. If you follow some other one person scale, what is new you have added to your research?
Sir, because how I will go for convergent analysis, then discriminant analysis to check the psychometric properties?
You can do everything, ma'am. You have to do everything statistically. That is what is all research about. Just using a validated scale in your research is not research. That is what I'm trying to tell you, right? That scale is already validated. What have I added?
Saurabh sir, sorry to disturb you. Saurabh sir, sorry to disturb you. I would like to give the answer over here. Madam, when you are using a psychometric scale, how to make the analysis, the scale itself is having the key there, how to do it. Okay, so why you want to go for another analysis? If it is a psychometric scale, they already mentioned how to analyze. Okay, so why you should go for another analysis? So it is well said by Saurabh sir. If you are using already a structured scale, then what is your contribution to the research? Okay.
Testing. Suppose if I go for just for testing the theory, that's all. Injecting the theory.
Yeah,
testing the theory.
What you can do is you can test the same scale on your sample, ma'am. Whether the same scale is true, whether the hypothesis of the same scale is true on your sample or not, that is you can do. Right? For that, you can do structural equation modeling. For that, you can do path analysis. For that, you can do CFA. Right? But the chances of getting that scale validated on your population is not more than 1%, ma'am. I can tell you. That is the dynamicness. Agar aisa hi hota, so why do you have different scales for different populations? See, in India itself, you have different ways to measure the same thing in different parts of the country. See, I don't come from your domain. I'm just trying to say, why do different scales exist? Why? Because the underlying population is different. Aapke paas mein if you have a psychometric scale and you are using the same scale for your population, first thing is what you have contributed, first thing. Second is, the chances of that scale getting validated on your population is extremely low, man. Is extremely low, right? The chances that the model will be passed in the structural equation modeling is absolutely very low. and then you will get an answer that I need to relook at my scale. You do this exercise for me, right? And then tell me whether the same scale was validated on your population or not, right? The chances of getting it
Technically,
validated.
I have only one test. That is, the factor analysis will only validate my scale, or max confirmatory factor analysis will validate. Suppose if I already using the validated scale.
For validating your scale on your population, please do CFA. Please do CFA. Don't do EFA, because EFA is already taken care in your scale, right? EFA is done when you are developing your own scale. EFA is not for people who have already taken a scale. You validate your scale using CFA, right? The chances that you pass that CFA is, I don't know, but the chances that you pass your CFA on a validated scale on your population is very less. If you pass it, very good, then you can use the same scale on your population, but then you have not added anything to your research. That will not be a research paper. That is just validating a pre-established scale, right? People will not accept that research paper because no contribution has come from your side as far as the selection of variables and factors is concerned. You just did a mechanical exercise of validating it using CFA. Nothing more than that. Nothing more than that, right? And the bottom line is this scale getting accepted by your population is extremely low. You can try this exercise at your end, and then you will see that I need to relook at my whole questionnaire, get few more questions apart from that validated scale, and then the whole exercise of EFA and CFA will restart. So that is what I was doing right now. I was trying to explain you that with this new set of questions which I have taken for my population, some are already there from the literature review which I have had, and some are new which is relevant to my population. You see, ma'am, today is Eid, right? You have 3 days. I was doing in the morning a small workshop for University of Kashmir. I'm just sharing my experience with all of you, right? They say we have 4 days of holiday of Eid. I belong to UP, right? I have a 1 day holiday in UP. We have 3 days holiday in Kerala, right? That is the variation across the country, man. So you can think of the variables also varying, right? Across the population, And that is why you have the concept of first EFA followed by CFA. Otherwise, most of the people must be doing only CFA. What is the reason to do an EFA? What is the reason to do a EFA? Right. So you do, ma'am, and a small exercise, you take the same scale, whatever you have, a validated scale, but put that scale on the population or on the sample or on the data which you have, do a CFA. If you have any problems using CFA, you give me a mail, I'll help you, right? And then you see whether your sample validates that questionnaire, validates that scale or not. I'm looking forward to that answer, whether the same scale was validated with CFA on your population or not, right? If it gets validated, very good, right? But the only thing is that will not be a research paper. People will not accept it, ma'am, because there is no contribution.
But I'm not accepting actually one thing, because sir, my research area was a commitment when I did my PhD thing. So that time when I did, 900 papers were available. And out of, apart from PhD thesis hardly 50 or 60 was there, and 900 paper was there, 900 research paper were there. Out of 900, almost more than 600 research paper, they use the same scale Allen Mayer across the globe. How I can say that yes,
ma'am, do not take me otherwise, right? I started my session with the same context. These 600 papers got accepted. That is why the quality of research in our country is so poor.
No, sir, but I will also beg to differ. I will also beg to differ, because Likert scale has been accepted as a interval scale in many, you must read the literature.
It is not, ma'am, it is not Likert scale, ma'am. It is a Likert type scale. It is a Likert type scale.
Commitment. Even for TAM also, sir, technology acceptance model. Now technology acceptance model, whatever the scale is, it is a Likert scale.
Likert type scale is used for EFA and CFA. I'm saying that, na. but you don't use a Likert scale for testing of hypothesis, ma'am.
It is used for
We do, sir.
It is used, sir. And I have
all the time
read
we
all
do,
900 papers thoroughly when I was
in
doing the
social
PhD.
sciences we do, because in social sciences all the ideas that you are trying to measure are mostly abstract ideas, and the Likert scale or Likert scale, as you say it, is the one of the most favorite, most popular way to go about measuring them. So it has been accepted that the intervals are equally assumed there. I can also give, I can come back to you on the literature, because I also am in the process of writing my PhD thesis.
Will the variable measured on the Likert scale be normally distributed?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. I have got it normally distributed, sir.
No.
I have collected 650 data.
If you get it normally distributed, then the theory is satisfied. Then you use it. Then there is no question of not using
And sir,
it.
even PhD data we are collecting now. My data was on
Okay.
more than 1100
tomorrow,
samples.
What you do is, tomorrow you bring a variable which is on a Likert scale. Let me find out whether it comes out to be normally distributed or not.
Sir, automatically, sir, because we have collected now.
You bring it now. You bring
I
it.
have collected for 1100 data. So 1100 data will automatically fall in.
Bring it now. That is what I'm saying now. Let us have a real experience of that. You bring a small CSV file tomorrow on a variable which is collected on a Likert scale. Let us see. We'll use the Shapiro's Wills test and see whether it comes out to be normally distributed. If it comes out to be normally distributed, please use it. Absolutely no problems, because this is one of the assumptions. I'm not saying it. This is what the theoretical background says. But the chances of getting a variable which is on a Likert scale to be normally distributed is very poor, man. Is very poor. Right? You see, these are the variables I have collected on a Likert scale. Now we can check the normality of this data itself, right? And you'll get to know whether it comes out to be normally distributed or not. Simple, man.
Sir, sir, whatever you say, but if you see the Tabanchik book is talking about the same thing, that you collect the data on Likert scale, strongly agree to strongly disagree. You can use this scale as a continuous scale, and you can make the total of that, and you can go ahead with all this multiple regression and all this advanced steps.
I don't go with the book. I go with the basics of statistics and the assumptions of each test. Sir, if the assumption says that it has to be normal, it has to be normal. That is the bottom line, right? If your variable is not normally distributed, I cannot use it. I'm not concerned whether it is on a Likert scale, ratio scale, nominal scale, whatever it is. The bottom line is that the variable has to be normally distributed. That is the bottom line. Even if it is on a Likert scale, and it comes out to be normally distributed, you can use it. Absolutely no issues. Right? That is where you decide what should be the width of the Likert scale. Do you think if your width of the Likert scale is strongly agree, or you say agree, neutral, disagree, and still your variable will be normally distributed? No ways. No ways. It can never be normally distributed. That is why you keep on increasing the width of the Likert scale. Right? See, all these will come. The more is the discussion. This was a very healthy discussion, I'll say. Right? I think you must have gained from this discussion, right? But the thing is, we need to go as per the assumptions and the statistical procedures. We don't need to go with what some book is saying, right? You read the literature. You read the literature of the Kruskal-Wallis test. When can it be done, right? And if you really want to do a good test, right? Try to see the book which I told you. That book will tell you everything about that test. Under what conditions you can do. जैसे आपको बताया गया था, these are the conditions in which you can do multiple regression.
Sir, right? You're talking about ND book, no? Field ND.
Yeah, ND field.
Yeah, but that book is basically more focusing on medical science and medical this thing, where data is actually more accurately data is there. It is not applicable to social science.
ND field has books. ND field has 30 books. It has a book for SPSS. It has a book for R. It has a book for Python. It has a book for medical practitioners. It has a book for biostatisticians. The book I told you is a book which is generally used for research scholars.
Yes.
So you can see that book.
But maximum all examples and what they are using, it is on the medical where data is absolutely accurate. But in social science, the data is not really accurate. Perceptions and opinions are not accurate.
They don't talk about data. They talk about under what conditions a particular test can be used. Right? That is the key. When can you use a particular test? It is not like you know multiple linear regression, you use multiple linear regression for every case. You need to diagnose whether for your data multiple regression can work or not. That is where the serious research comes into picture. Right? Okay, ma'am. So what should I do, ma'am, now?
May I add something?
Yes, Mrinali ma'am, you can get in touch with the sir. I have already mailed you the contact details of sir. Now
ma'am, you can get in touch, right? The discussion was really wonderful, and you can get in touch. I'll try to answer your doubts, ma'am. Right? I'm not saying whether you are correct or I am correct. That is not what I go into. Right? My idea is always to make the quality of the research look good. That is the only thing which I keep in mind. Right? Okay. So
right, so thank you so much. If any other participant have any question related to the session, you can ask.
Ma'am, I just want to, say, sir, you have questioned most of the researchers, because most of us, whether we read a research paper, we have seen so many researches wherein Likert scale is normally used in social science, and they have used, a lot of these parametric tests. So this was a bell ring in all our heads of those who have been conducting research or are using these tests. So, this is something which will add quality to our future research, maybe not what we have done already.
You should go with the basics of every test. This is not what I am saying or what you are saying. This is what the test is saying, right?
Exactly.
And every test has its own basis. Like we discussed this parametric, non-parametric, in which the test of normality is just the beginning. I'll go, if I get time, I'll make you believe what are the other assumptions also which you need to satisfy before you can do a independent sample t-test. It is not only the normality. Then you will have the equality of variance also coming into picture. And I'll tell you there is something known as a Leibniz test where you test the equality of variance. Then the homoscedasticity, right? All these assumptions need to be tested before you can use independent sample t-test, which most of the people don't do, right?
Exactly, sir. I totally agree to what you said. And maybe,
you can have a session only on if somebody is very serious on when to do multiple linear regression, right? You need at least 10 hours to just understand under what situation you can do multiple linear regression.
Sir, just, I want your feedback and your advice on any book which is focusing only on Likert scale, because, in commerce and in arts, maybe normally we use Likert scale. So, different researchers have used their different approaches and different logics for using, Likert scale for a parametric test also. So, I want that, we should, at least as a researcher for our future research, we should get that clarity. And, we should follow the right path. So any suggestion, any book which you can recommend only for the Likert part?
You won't get any book, right? The best way is you discuss your data set and your objectives with a person who can guide you. That is the best way. See, this is the data set you have. These are the data which you have collected on the different variables. And this is what are the basic objectives of your research. And then you should have the correct person who can tell you what can you do on this data set, right? These specific questions can, see, I told you now, Google cannot answer what test to do. Google can answer what was the name of your grandfather. मुझे अपने grandfather का नाम नहीं पता क्योंकि मैंने उनको कभी उनके नाम से नहीं पुकारा है. लेकिन Google is so smart, Google can answer that. But Google cannot answer what test to do. Right? That is where your data comes into picture, right? So Likert scale में बहुत variety है, right? You need to see what is the Likert scale which you have taken in your research.
Lakshmi ma'am, please mute yourself.
Maybe this was just an eye opener for all of you, right? Maybe we'll have some more detailed sessions on each of these topics, right? where I'll cover up the assumptions for each test. And then you will get to know, you collect the data on any scale. I'm not concerned with that, right? I'm only concerned with whether these assumptions are satisfied or not statistically. If these assumptions are satisfied, you can even use a nominal scale for testing of hypothesis. No
Sir,
issue.
one question, just one question. So do you suggest semantic differential scales or use of Thurston scales, preferably over the Likert scales?
The answer is, ma'am, again the same. You use any scale, ma'am. The only thing is the basic assumptions should be satisfied before you do any test.
No, but we cannot, this is a preparatory stage. Deciding on the type of scale that you are going to use is on the preparatory scale. Now, how can you measure the assumptions before you collect the data, right?
You cannot do it.
Yeah, that's why I am asking you, is it safe for a researcher to go with a semantic differential scale?
That is why, ma'am, research takes time. I don't know how do people do it with a small data set with a small time. Because the first time your assumptions are not satisfied, you may need to collect more variables, you may need to collect more data, right? That is what will come out once you validate your questionnaire. The entire process may need to be repeated, right? Like we don't get the data like the way you get it. Hamare field mein we get the data from the experiments, right? We keep on repeating the experiments till we get an appropriate data. Getting the data from the experiments itself takes 4 or 5 years, and then only we start doing the actual analysis. So that is the way the research goes on, right? So you need to connect your objectives with the data which you have collected, and then identify what kind of a test to be done on the data which you have collected, right? And then only we can validate whether the scale on which you collected the data was correct or not, or we need to relook at the scale itself.
Okay, so with this, we will end today's session.
Yeah. So that was a good interaction, right? Tomorrow I'll take up this factor analysis more in detail, and if you have any specific questions, you can compile those questions, and maybe if I get time, it will be good if I can answer that.
Yes.
But the whole attempt is to increase the quality of research. That is my whole attempt as far as my session delivery is concerned, trying to tell all of you that what all needs to be considered when you are, it is not just using SPSS or Python. You need to be clear about the concepts also before you use any tool. That is what it is.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable insight. With this, we have to an end of the day 3 of the faculty development program. We will resume tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. All the participants are requested to log in 10 minutes before the scheduled time. Thank you, sir.
Rucha ma'am, I have something to say. Can I please go ahead?
Yes, ma'am, please. Yes, ma'am, please.
Ma'am, while these discussions and the valuable sessions that our resource persons are carrying out from yesterday, they are invaluable for us. We are getting to learn, we are getting to discuss, we are getting to debate. That is all very good.
Right.
But I just had one thing in mind. I was actually looking for some hands-on kind of experience on HR analytics, because this is one of the subjects that I teach theoretically to my school. But
okay, ma'am.
The whole course of discussion is going on to statistics rather than on HR analytics, which is a completely different, just Medha ma'am was on her track in HR analytics.
Right, ma'am, tomorrow we'll be having Dr. Rahul Pratap Singh. So, we will again get into the depth of HR analytics. So you don't have to worry. I understand your concern.
Yeah, I would love to have something like how to prepare an HR dashboard, how to actually calculate the return on investment, right? So those things I was really looking for. But these are very valuable, but not linked to HR analytics. I'm sorry.
Ma'am, tomorrow Dr. Rahul Pratap Singh will be taking a session on HR analytics with Tableau.
Okay.
So,
Rucha, can I answer?
Yes, ma'am.
Rucha, can I
Absolutely.
answer?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Sujata ma'am. Is it Sujata ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I myself is a HR analytics professor.
Okay.
Now, why we were having this statistics today? Like we all know that if you need to analyze the data with respect to HR, the basics of statistics is very much required.
Yes,
okay,
ma'am. I understand
so,
that.
Yeah, for that purpose, we have kept this module today.
Yeah.
And like tomorrow, under HR analytics, like we know
But
that
ma'am,
data
we won't need
visualization is
factor analysis, ma'am. We won't
No,
need
no.
factor analysis
Yeah,
for HR analytics.
just a minute.
Yeah.
Like tomorrow, what we have done is we have kept dashboard Tableau.
Okay.
Okay, how to build a dashboard through Tableau. So
Okay.
that is basically data visualization of HR analytics.
Excellent.
Okay, like you said that you don't want factor analysis, but under HR analytics, factor analysis should be there. Okay, I'll give an example to you. How to identify the retention strategies. What are the factors which leads to retention strategy? So there HR analytics comes into picture, factor analysis comes into picture. Okay, so whatever statistics we tried to had yesterday and today, that was the base for HR analytics. That is why we have kept the module. And it is rightly said by you, like tomorrow and day after tomorrow, we are having how to build dashboard sessions. So I think that will solve your query.
Yes, ma'am. I would be really looking forward to that.
Yeah, and at the same time, if you have any further queries or anything like that, you can connect to me. I'm also a professor of HR analytics.
Okay, ma'am. I will be definitely needing your guidance. Thank you so
and
much.
And I'm very not thorough, but I'm very good in statistics also. And I'm teaching it in a very practical manner to my students through regression and all those things. That's why we have kept.
Yes, that is. In fact, regression is one of the most used tool for HR analytics.
Yeah, ma'am. Like we will be requiring mean. We will be requiring mean, standard deviation, regression, correlation. All these things are very much required, and at the same time, we require this factor analysis also.
Okay.
Like I've given you already the example, retention strategies. So what are the factors which leads to retention strategies? There the factor analysis comes into picture, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. So,
Shiny ma'am.
Yeah. Yeah, anything you want to ask more, Sujata Bose?
No.
Yes,
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I will be looking forward to tomorrow's session.
Yeah, sure.
Nali ma'am wants to ask a question.
Shiny ma'am,
Hanji?
as you are a professor of HR analytics, will you share HR analytics syllabus with me or with maybe in group?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
You are from Datta Meghe Institute, so I would like to refer the syllabus what you are having.
Yeah, not an issue. It's already there in our website also.
Okay.
And
complete detailed syllabus, ma'am, not only just topic name.
No, we have displayed the detailed syllabus, and we are in the process of upgrading the syllabus. Okay, so I'll be happy to share with you. You just share your email ID on my personal window so that I
don't know. I don't know your mobile number, ma'am.
Ma'am, it's already there in the WhatsApp group.
Okay. I will see then. I will find out.
Yeah. So you can send it to me, and I'm writing a monograph on HR analytics. Shortly, it will be published. So I'll be sharing that even for dashboard also. Sujata, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
yeah,
ma'am.
I'll be sharing the monograph of dashboard with you.
Excellent.
Okay.
That would be real value addition. Thank you so much.
Yeah, sure.
And
Okay,
Shiny madam,
Yes?
one request from my end.
Yes, sir.
Please suggest some good HR analytics books, because we are
So
at the beginner level.
basically there are, I think there are 1 or 2 books which is available, and that is also not having that much content. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll give 2, 3. I'm having a list of books, so I'll share it with you people.
Okay, thank you.
But you won't be happy with those books. They are not having the contents which we are
Yes, ma'am, that
expecting.
is exactly the problem. So I was actually looking forward to learn something before going to my students. Thank you so much for offering your, offering to share your expertise in this case.
Yeah, I'll share it with you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you. And thanks for being a wonderful participant and the discussion, very healthy discussions we had. That is what we were expecting from you all. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you,
Shiny
ma'am.
ma'am.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
ma'am.
Shiny ma'am, just
Thank
one
you,
more
ma'am.
query, if you may take.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
Shiny ma'am,
Yeah.
like area I deal with is international HRM. So I am really curious about if there are specific frameworks for IHRM context. So if you may suggest some read or some scales or anything which are particularly relevant to international context of HRM, apart from cultural context.
Okay, basically I'm an HR
Maybe
analytics
later also
person.
I will write to you, ma'am.
Yeah, I'll ask one of my colleagues to get in touch with you. I'm not an international HRM person. I'm an HR analytics person only. Basically, I'm a business analytics and
Yes,
HR
ma'am, I
analytics person.
understand.
Yeah, if I come across, then I'll share with you, ma'am.
Sure, ma'am, because all the modules we tackle with, they would be same, but the application become different with when there are like cross country and cross
Yeah, I
cultural
understand.
recipient
Diversity
groups.
management
So
and all those things.
applying becomes very unique. So I am even not sure, just exploring, with experience.
Yeah, I
Okay,
understand.
ma'am, I will specifically write my queries. Okay.
Okay, fine. Not an issue. If I'm in a position to help you, I'll be there. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
See you tomorrow. Saurabh sir, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Tomorrow
Thank
the
you.
session will start at 10:30 a.m. Participants, you all are requested to log in 10 minutes before the scheduled time. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Good day.
Good day. Thank you.
Thank you.